Hello, my computer daters. It's that time again. I'm probably going to play some TurboGrafx, so I'm going to fake you out with some Penny's Big Breakaway first. So build up viewers before I do the old switcheroo. So a lot of these Hue cards are coming from Japan, and the ones that aren't being stocked domestically in the United States are going to take like a month to get here. So I'm going to have to wait for Superstar Soldier. Didn't I already do this? I already did this one. Oh god, this is probably Rule 34 of this fucking goblin already. I'd be shocked if there isn't. Are there no camera controls? I can barely control this. It's like Sonic. I can also barely control Sonic. Oh, D-pad. You can slightly adjust the camera temporarily? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh boy, this music and visual style are releasing the good, sexy endorphins in my brain now. It's awakening the part of my brain that's been sleeping since I was like 10 years old. Looking at Knuckles Chaotix on the Sega 32X in an incredible universe. Oh, the start screen. Well, it would be nice if you guys could see this too. I don't know why I keep saying 32X. It's because of the Sonic Mania team made this, but it's got to be a very deliberate design choice. Actually, that's me. I'm the person. Oh yeah, conservation of momentum. That's why you bounce higher every time. Hold on, I gotta get a screenshot up so I don't look like I'm schizophrenic. Let me just
Andalusia.
Look at this shit. You see what I see? If you imagine a 10-year-old me looking at this shit, looks identical to the Sega Genesis Sonic games, but still going, wow, 32 bits, and being a fucking dumbass because the only thing actually being rendered by the 32X on this game, I think, are like the character sprites and maybe some of the foregrounds and some of the levels. Don't quote me on that. I think it's just the characters though. So this looks 99% identical to a Genesis game, which is, I don't know why they chose to lead with that and make that the pack-in, because it really doesn't show what the add-on is for. You see what I mean about the color palette, though? You know what it is? It's pastel neons. It's just a lot of pastel neons. Everyone's ignoring me because I'm going off on a Tism rant. But you see the resemblance, though. It's not just me. In the music and the palette and the art style. I'm not sure why they wouldn't have chosen to evoke a more popular era of Sonic. Her character design looks like a DMT entity. Not to be like, dude, drugs Lamau, but a lot of this stuff, these like little levels seem to be made out of like the objects you see in closed-eye visuals. These little colorful geometric doodads. I shall help you with nothing, Robot. I shall in fact cause mischief and mayhem. It is fun. How are you doing, Cammy? It's been a hot minute. You don't stop by nearly enough. We miss you. However I feel about her design, I think the consensus is that it's, dare I say, iconic. Iconic much? This almost sounds like pianist music. It's just really frantic. glad you're doing well, which I assume you are. Oh, there's little mini quests. That's so terribly charming. That's a booster. So the fun moments are not just going fast, they're outrunning the penguins. Man, when I was a certain age where my mental life was like the same kind of energy as that music, just constant spastic random nonsense, I just couldn't get enough of games like this. Just platformer after platformer. Because I guess platformers were like the familiar medium to me. I knew how to play them and I was good at them. So it wasn't like there was nothing unwelcome and scary about it, as any change usually was to me. It was a familiar format, but every one was its own like new world with its own art style and its own music and its own characters and its own lore. So it was very much kind of like first-person shooters. Like the default, the de facto genre for adventure games, even like BioShock, and even in RPGs even these days, is first person. So it's like sliding into a familiar skin where you know how to work at all the controls and everything, and it feels like that's just your body, but it's different surroundings, different characters, different, and every platformer was just, it was insatiable, my appetite for new platformers, especially on new generation hardware, just to see what was different, because I could handle incremental changes. It's nothing too big. Yeah, like Plock on Super Nintendo. It's like, oh, I'm a little man made out of wizard clothes. This is new. This is interesting. This is innovative. Incorrect use of apostrophe. Dock 1 point. What do I do here? What function does that say? Short Dark knows what I was talking about. Like, just Sega Genesis had a lot of those. It's a dime a dozen platformers. But they were on the hardware you loved, and it was the platform you loved. And there was always some neat little gimmick, and it was always interesting to see what's the gimmick. What's this world about? This is fun. I'm having fun. I'm feeling happiness, which you can't spell without penis. Happiness usual, I see. I'll let you off this one time. This has that energy though. This feels like the 3D version of like Ristar, like a late generation. A late generation Sega Genesis platformer. It wasn't one of the main. Makes me happy too. Funny how we play so many mediocre shit games. Sometimes we forget why we love gaming in the first place. It just becomes a chore, and we just keep doing it because that's what we know how to do to make ourselves happy. But I know it's a stupid, obvious thing to say, but what a difference good design makes. Every so often you play a really well-crafted game that reminds you why you play games at all. And yo-yos. Why yo-yos? I haven't seen that one before. This does have the energy of like a Sega Genesis game that your mom would rent to you without looking at the cover on a Friday. So I've heard. So a lot of people who worked on Sonic Mania worked on this supposedly, which really shows. Like look at the repeating leaf texture. That could be on the side of like a loop-de-loop in a Sonic level. Look at the palm trees, the robot palm trees. How to boost. Alright, how do I boost? Oh. Oh! Oh! Hey Bart, remember Alf? He's back in Pog form. What boost? Oh shit. Oh, that didn't work. What do I need boost for anyway? A little fat one. Oh, it's cute. That kind of worked well enough. We're not all here today. I sat outside and get some fresh air and sunshine and read a book. I'm entering my old man phase, also known as approaching death. I wore my solar hat, which is devastatingly fashionable. And the solar hat powered my neck fan. I didn't try to charge my phone this time because it's really bad at that. Yeah, you kind of got to choose one or the other. You're the little treat, damn you. for this stream. I did it in the park. People stared at me because I dressed strangely. I dressed very practically. If you wear all the same color clothes, then you don't need to do different loads of laundry. You can do all your laundry at once. Oh, never mind. Nope. Jesus, that's too much. That's an illegal amount. You're hoarding. You know there's a lot of needy women, flat-chested women in this world. They're suffering. It's because of the bourgeoisie, like you, hoarding all the memory tissue. Can't always get it when you need it. That's why it's called random access memory. I've been sitting on that joke for months and I finally got a chance to use it. I wonder how women like you feel about how the negative the discourse is online towards video game characters with large busts. It has to be, that's contrary to body positivity for women with your proportions. It's also never for fat men. Body positivity is never for fat men. Unless you're Lotad 69, in which case it is. You can't just steal jokes. Actually, yes you can. Never mind, that's the basis of comedy. They're limiting them now. That's the new big woke controversy. Is that in whatever the new RPG is, you can only go up to a B cup. But I'm with you. I like variability just because whenever a game lets me customize my character, I like to make fucked up goblins. I like to make, like, Clown Shrek. Just because of how the cutscenes look, with, like, regular human characters talking to, like, a fucked up homunculus. And they're all fucking serious and dramatic about it. And he's over there with, bat ears and giant red floppy nose with like shit coming off of it. It's like Ralph Pouton. I don't like the distance effect. I gotta say that. I don't know if it's trying to be depth of field. I don't know what they're trying to do there, but it doesn't look good. have circus music. It's kind of got a circus theme, while at the same time being yo-yo themed. It's hard to place this game. It's like one of those early AI photos where you don't know what you're looking at. This is why I stream, for my good cozy friends. You're gonna make me all get a little mushy on you. Where's Weed? Where's Naysayer? I want the whole gang together. Not an actual gang for legal reasons. No! Why are there so many lethal drops? What loving God would create this world? Oh yeah, they're dead. I gotta do a thing, don't I? I gotta do a thing. What's even better is when there's like sex scenes, like in the. Like, imagine a game like The Witcher, but with your Ralph Futon, like, monster. All, like, clipping through the woman because your flash is just... Unless... Haha, just kidding. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, unless... It would be black robes, obviously, with hamster ears. Have you ever heard of Twin Flames Universe? Or Twin Flames Galaxy? It's not a Mario Galaxy fan project. It really sounds like one. This is a crazy rabbit hole. I need to know how much you guys know. You bet your ass there'll be ceremonial daggers. What the fuck is the point of a cult with the wavy blade? It's got to be the wavy blade daggers that are completely useless for anything else, except I guess like cutting summer sausage for sensible snacks. You can't really kill a person with them unless I mean you have to like wiggle the thing as you're stabbing. You have to get real creative. Isn't that shit insane as fuck? For me, it's just... I mean, it's not surprising at all there's a romance-based cult, because there's a lot of lonely people. But what's crazy to me is that they've got a Minecraft mod. They integrated that into their cult lore. That's the smartest fucking thing I ever heard. The hood could have cheek pouches built into it on either side. I appoint you the cult fashion director. In fact, we're gonna be a lot of men, and not really like put together men, so we're gonna need like a cult mom. Who does a lot of stuff for us. Yeah, Minecraft total conversion. It's to be fair, it looks really good. It's actually really well made, which tells me that they didn't make it themselves. They reportedly commissioned it. They commissioned other people to make it for them. So I think then joined the cult. They got too lost in the sauce. The cult's basic teaching is that you have somebody who's your immortal lover, like Link and Zelda. Like you get reincarnated throughout time, but you always find each other. And that they might not know they're your twin flame. So you have to force them. You have to be relentless in pursuing them, and eventually they'll give in. And if they don't, I guess they don't really believe in gay couples as twin flames, because if you're both the same gender, they force one of you to get sexual reassignment surgery. And here's the really, that's sad. That's not funny. Here's the really funny part. There's a TikTok about a couple who believes that they have telekinesis powers because they put like tinfoil shapes on countertops and they wave their arms near them, and the breeze from their arm pushes the tinfoil thing over. And they do like tutorials on channeling your ki energy and shit like that, like it's Dragon Ball. And they're twin flames. Like, they just mention it offhand near the end of one of their videos. So I'm like, no fucking way. I love crazy crossovers. Yes, that they did run out of men, and they did start making women. Modern problems require modern solutions. Fuck! I'm not as good as I used to be. That's not good. I think China's gonna do that eventually. They're just gonna start doing state-subsidized SRS for lonely men in order to pair lonely incels with lonely gay incels. It works better on Asians, so that it might work. That's a lot of penguins. To be fair, this is very Sonic-esque. It's got a lot of little acrobatic gimmicks. I guess she is an acrobat. Shit. No, don't grab me! Best I could do. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hardly do shit. You make me hungry. Games with food games make me hungry. I like there's little fellas you can talk to. I'm a big fan of little guys. Just little hidden fellas. Which cats are technically. They're little hidden fellas that come out when you make the right noise. Out of their secret hiding spots. You're gonna make me want burgers. I'm still thinking about twin flame stuff. How much of that shit goes on right under our noses all around us and we don't even know? I remember reading about this fucking cult in Sweden, which was all relatively wealthy people who had great lives. I don't know why they'd want to throw them away, but they all gathered together in like a ski chalet, arranged themselves in like a pattern on the floor, and then set the whole thing on fire and burned themselves to death. They may have taken drugs so they were passed out when they burned alive. Why though? There was some shit about like the Knights Templar. We need to find out which one it was. The Order of the Solar Temple is what it was called. it's just rich people get bored. Oh yeah, Short Dog is a bird dad now. He's slowly gaining the bird's trust. It's a very mistrustful bird, though. Ah! Cat, come here. Get on my lap. Don't climb on the desk. I swear to God. I swear to God, don't climb on the desk. Come here. Hello, little friend. Hello, little friend. Who's my little friendly friend? It's you, little dumb shit. I love you. Don't climb on. I told you not to climb on there. What's the first thing you did? To climb on the thing I told you not to climb on. She's climbing all over. She does this until she tires herself out, and then she hunkers down in my lap. To be fair, there's not. I mean, it might have been statistically that there's a lot of your life, so the percentage of places she had the option to land on, like a quarter of that was your life. There might have been chance. Come here, cat. She has a castle? She's like a little tyrant. This little warlord. No, do not climb on my desk. Do not. I have to hold her back by her tail. Well punned, Emu. I'll give you 4 points for that. That's the best I could do. Little cat. Quit climbing on shit. I love you. Oh, her butt wound healed up, and she's growing hair on it now. I didn't have to spend $200 on stitches at the vet. Cat, please. She's still climbing on shit. As one does. Just going for my morning constitutional, you see. Haha, capital, old boy. Yeah, she must have gotten in a fight with a big cat I see around here. And then I guess they nip chunks out of each other's butt cheeks as they're running away. I pet her fuzzy butt a lot, so I'm glad that doesn't look horrific anymore. I was really shocked when the day that I found it because she wasn't acting out of the ordinary. She was very nonchalant about having a missing butt chunk. Right, she didn't hunker down. She fucked off parts unknown. I think she's gonna eat. Very versatile controls. Did I fucking kill that penguin? That penguin is dead. No, he's not. Okay. think that's why I was so captivated by TurboGrafx, because there's a whole other platform for games like that. Although Genesis was ultimately, I think, the best one, despite Mario being on Super Nintendo, because games like Ristar, the attempted Sonic killers were all really good. Well, most of them. This has got good vibes though, and good controls. It's fun to play. I haven't quite got the hang of it yet. Kind of dull dialogue. Some of it's cute. It's kind of just cute and inoffensive, which I guess for a colorful platformer is a win condition. Little kitten cat butt cheeks. That's what I've heard. I didn't know that. The cats are just like that happens to them a lot in nature, so they're just very good at recovering. I don't know if it's true of dogs. You know, dogs are all retarded, like 100% of them. They have something called Williams syndrome, which doesn't sound like a disability. It makes you a little dumber, but it also makes you very, very friendly. That's literally a thing all dogs have that we, I guess, selective breeding cultivated them to have it. I'm not making that up. That's a real syndrome. I don't know who William was, but they really did him dirty by naming such a condition after him. Oh, you know which? Borglar! I could have slightly cuter writing. It's pretty good. I wouldn't put it on par with A Hat in Time either, but it's damn close. I like that one. That's not such a bad condition to have. We have a lot of dumb people, but we also have a lot of assholes in the world. Feel me? Like, we could do with more kind people. People like that make great manual laborers. And call center employees. Although we're about to automate them, so... You ever find yourself guiltily wishing that robots would automate fast food already when they fuck up your order for the 50th time? Oh, that was close. This has a lot of Sonic DNA. Is she the only one of her kind in this world? I haven't seen anyone else who's the same species. Is she the last living human? Shit. What'd I get? Oh, are those good? Do I want those? Are those like medallions? They do? They feel insatiable hunger? Is that real? I did not know that. Soda does not go flat that quickly. This really feels like something Sega would have made on the Dreamcast. Shit. I guess that's what the guide is for. Wait, look! There's a penguin stuck in the wall who's just vibing. He's just vibrating violently. You gotta look lower left, like right next to the corner of the blue square. He's just kind of stuck in like a T pose, and he's just vibrating. See? Never mind. The other one's just kind of spinning. Spin! He's still spinning there. He'll be there until the stars burn out. I'm really fucking bad at certain things right here. He's still spinning in the wall. You think he's screaming inside? Ah! Why is no one helping me? Gotta settle. I didn't know what a busker is. Gotta level with you. Oh fuck. I haven't even aced one of these. Is there a place I can practice? Well, it's good because we were just wondering where you were. You and Naysayer and Ash Contramandum. I think there's choices on where to go. I don't know which one's right. Well, that wasn't right. That's in fact quite wrong. There wasn't a choice on where to go. Oh really? We have a lot of that. You see that viral video where a couple of guys
spray painted a mannequin gold and put up a sign that says human statue with a hat for donations, and people were like gathering around staring at it and putting money in the hat. They made $38 in an hour. If you believe their claims in the video.
Got some popsicles? Got some popsicles in my basement.
Ah, fuck! So they have a currency that implies that they have, well, like a market economy. They have a monetary system. They have an emperor, so it's a monarchy, so it's probably not communists. So it's also not the kind of communism where you have money, which is multiple free time. That is the real kind. Ah, what's happening? Ah! I do love gimmicky novelty platformers. Like with a... They're not terribly sophisticated or story focused or anything. It's just a junk food. It's like Icy Pops. And that's not a food group. But I do be eating them. I eat the fuck out of some Icy Pops. I guess that's missing the point. Did you ever just drink them? Did you ever just wait for them to get mostly melted and just drink the juice? And like savor that sweet, sweet nectar? The icy nectar, the forbidden juice. Buskin makes me feel good. I fucking beat you to that. You won't hear this because there's a delay. I did make the joke first though, on my end. Oh fuck! Turning into a Tex Avery cartoon wolf. Awooga! That's not Awooga. That's decided to be Awooga. That's better. It's funny, but it's a little bit finicky. It's like the Sonic at home. Oh, I have Spark the Electric Jester, which literally is that. I haven't streamed that one yet. try that once I'm not over Infinite Pit. Get ready to be frustrated. I'm not as bad as Dark Side Phil, but I'm trying. Shit! Why is this world mostly bottomless pits? Why am I not platforming at ground level where it's safe? Let's try the thing he said. No! There we go. I do not wish to die. Do they make it difficult? It would be really nice if they would let you set up Amazon Prime subscriptions to be recurring. I don't know why they don't let you do that. I guess just so they don't get hogged by a couple big streamers. I tried. I'll get better at it, I promise. Oh, that is true. That's a superb point. I hadn't thought of that. I did the thing he said, and and it got me killed. This is not a safe place to do that, but I do understand the move you mean. You know, it'd be cute. I know it's totally ineffectual, but one of these little pinwheels that's set up with a USB port on the bottom to charge your phone. People will probably buy that shit, even though it generates like like 30 milliamps or less, which is the amount my hat has to spare after running my phone. It's impressive at all that it runs the phone and charges it while I'm using it. But it is a 12-watt hat, which is more power than my backpack. I do kind of have to angle it towards the sun though, like a sunflower. Anything but chicken wing. It just goes to show how good solar really is. It gets a bad rep for being bad, but bad compared to what? Like, Technology Connections talked about thermoelectrics recently. I felt really vindicated. I was the original thermoelectric hater. Like the original Gator hater. Why are you doing that? There we go. It's a big black floppy sun hat like a goth mommy would wear, which is why I recommended one to my ex, because she's a goth mommy. She has one almost just like it, but not solar. I couldn't resist the opportunity to become more like my hero, the Factorio guy, and slap more solar panels onto my person. But my fucking giant cabeza, my giant melon head, my pumpkin dome, doesn't quite fit inside of it, and it's not adjustable because it's got the panels to all sides of the head, so you can't adjust it in anywhere. And I already bought the XL version. Why am my head so big? Why am my head so big? It's not brain, because you've seen how I play games. What's in there? Hamsters? Why am my head so big? I just want a comfortable hat. My other solar hat, which I stopped using because it's not really easy to wash and it got nasty, is only like 1 watt, which makes it completely fucking useless and a novelty. I nevertheless couldn't resist when it came out. And that thing's just covered in dust and grime now.
and will never be worn again. Also, I added Bluetooth functionality to it and a light. And the charging port on that section of it broke off. But I was able to adjust that one at least. By cutting the strap and then attaching another piece of strap to it and overlapping another piece of strap using watch bands, which happen to be the same diameter of like peg. So I was able to like daisy chain 4 additional peg strap, like little pegs and holes to use to adjust the hat. I was able to daisy chain those together to make it fit my giant cabeza. Why are my head so big? Oh! I love the idea of a solar hat, but they're all so often terrible. This one is actually good, but it's just not comfortable on my head. I think I can stretch it out. Over time, it'll adjust in my head, but for now it's uncomfortable until I wear it for a little while and my head becomes numb. But that's not the point of it. I guess it's not to be a comfortable hat, it's to keep me from being sunburned. Because I got really badly sunburned this summer, so I need a big fluffy hat anyway. I guess normal people use a bucket hat. No! No! All the way back here. Oh, fuckaroo. Fuckaroni and cheese. God damn it. That's a patented hamsterism. Yes, it is. Oh, the music is already way down, and the voice is already way up. I could turn it even more so. Is this better? Can you hear my delicious, sonorous, bassitone? I don't know if that's a real word. Voice. This is totally penis music adjacent. I'm not wrong. What is it with me and helplessly simping for failed systems and bad ideas? Yeah, it's shocking that I'm not like a communist or a technocrat or something. Or a Lawsonomist. I can't help but like to say 32X even though it's got fuck all good games. Just because it's a wonky concept, and I'm a wonky concept of a person. It's just love for the underdog, I guess. And the Jaguar also, even though, try as I might, I can't really justify its existence. The Jaguar does not have a lot of good games. A lot of people who like the Jaguar, who send for the Jaguar, lie about the number of good games it has. They'll list a bunch of them that are just dubious inclusions. There's less than 10 are actually a fun time, and less than 5 are actually legitimately great. The TurboGrafx is legit a good system. It's just a really weird, lopsided library of pornography and space shooters. I guess that's true. I guess the theoretical is always more gratifying than the real. Because nothing can ever live up to our imaginations. But really, my only complaint about TurboGrafx is, besides the lack of parallax scrolling, which they do a great job of compensating for in later games, is the lack of platformers. There's not a lot of them, and the ones that are Japan only are like really culturally profoundly Japanese. You're like a bald Shaolin monk. That's Chinese. You're a bald monk of some description, using like a bamboo staff to hit yokai. And for an American kid, it's like, what the fuck is this? Which is why they changed JJ and Jeff. They changed Kato-chan and Ken-chan to JJ and Jeff. Which I also said, who the fuck is JJ and Jeff? At the time that came out. Which JJ and Jeff is actually kind of a brilliant concept, even though it's not a great game. It's just a shitpost platformer. There was also it's like Takeshi's Castle on NES, where it's not meant to be good or enjoyed per se. It's meant to be difficult, but also really funny with a lot of like obscene humor. You don't play it for the gameplay, you play it for the gags. It's kind of like the gags in Mario Wonder. Where like you'll break open a box for an item and there'll be like a perfectly coiled turd. Or like you'll see the other main character hiding in the bushes dressed as a furry. Without any explanation I know of. There's probably context for it. Like Kato-chan and Ken-chan was based on the TV show starring two Japanese comedians. Nobody in Japan would have understood what the fuck it was about, so they changed it. Like, why am I playing as two Japanese lads? I don't understand these jokes, so they just made them white guys and made them randomly named. Also, Keith Courage in Alpha Zones, which is a completely mid game. It's mediocre as fuck. But was included as a kiss ass to the CEO of, I think, Turbo TTI, which was the American subsidiary of NEC at the time. They had a CEO named Keith. It's like, see, we packed in the game with your name on it. I want your kid like this. Which was a bad move. You want to pack in Bonk. Bonk is what everybody associates with TurboGrafx. Even though it also isn't really a great showcase for the system, because it could have been done on NES. In fact, it was done on NES. Without almost any sacrifices. And that didn't really change until Bonk 3. NEC deserved what they got. If you thought Sega made bad choices in the 90s, NEC's like, hold my sake. The fact that most of the sales of software on the PC Engine CD were porn games that made them like, let's make a porn console! Let's make the Gooner box. Which is what the PC FX was. I guess the idea is you can disguise it as a PC. Actually, no, PCs were known for porn games, so it wasn't a disguise. It was an intentional association. It's hard to describe now because we have different cultural connotations to things. But if you invited a girl over to your house in Japan, and you had a PC, it was a gaming PC, like a Sharp X68000. She would be like, oh, he masturbates in here to hentai games. What a fucking loser. Loser! A PC 98, she'd be like, alright, he looks at pixel boobs on that. Which is an unfair association, but it is what it is. It was often true. So NEC's like, we'll give you a way to be sneaky. You have a game console which isn't associated with porn. But then why make it look like a PC? I actually don't understand that. I thought I understood their psychology, but I don't. Oh, fuck! Oh, I wanna... I'm back here! I wanna cry. I'm gonna be here the rest of the night, unless I focus.
Show's over. I got what I deserved. Yeah, that's actually a good stopping point to switch to a different game. I'm gonna go do some nasal rinse, BRB. That nasal rinse really works, but only temporarily. We're gonna play some Turbo Graphics because it's my show and you're my hostages. Pew pew pew. This is off of HuCard. I have this one physically. You can probably barely hear the music in the background. It's coming through the same line as my microphone. He's fucking collecting medallions or some shit, like fragments of a. I don't know. There's Bomberman lore. He's just a funny little fella. Graphics look pretty good. I think this looks just like the Genesis one, which is high praise. I used to shit on Genesis for having low color depth until I compared it side by side with a lot of PC Engine games. And I realized that despite the color depth difference, Genesis games often do look better. They just have more going on the screen, more detail. I guess slightly higher resolution, more parallax scrolling backgrounds. It almost looked a generation ahead. I still just love PC Engine. It's enough better looking than NES that it's not painful to look at the visuals. And it's got CD music and voices. Which I guess Sega CD has too, but I don't know. I do have a CDX in storage somewhere. Look at little bunny. I feel sorry to have murdered him. He was a little boxer. I do mean to set up my CDX at some point. That's an insanely rare system, by the way. It's not like on the same level as the PC Engine LT, like the clamshell laptop-looking portable PC Engine that I've been lusting after for like a decade. But that thing's like multiple thousands of dollars online. But it is damn rare. I think it's the rarest. Next to the JVC XI, it's the rarest Sega CD, Sega Genesis combo. It could be battery powered and carried portably with you as a CD player to listen to music. Which I guess so could the PC Engine CD module. If you could separate it from the system, you could carry it around with you with batteries and listen to CD. Because it costs fucking $400 in 1988 money, actually. Even worse. PC Engine came out in 86 or 87. 86, I think. And the CD came out in 88. So $400 in 1988 money, which is fucking gigabucks now. Just to give you, or I guess it was then too. You know what I mean. The idea was if you spend that much money, you better damn well be able to also use it as a portable. Like they're like, I'm only buying one of these. They cost so much for a CD player. I'm only buying one of these, and I want to be able to use it for everything. So, Sega CDX and PC Engine CD both did the same idea. That would be like the ultimate hipster way to listen to music in public nowadays, or to use a Coreyism nowadays. NEC missed out on a lot of third-party support because Nintendo was just being Nazis with their licensing, like they always have been. But they did get Hudson Soft. They had Hudson on board from day one as their main first-party or second-party developer. So they got like Adventure Island, Wonder Boy, and Bomberman as their like Mario, Zelda, Metroid. And they had Bonk. Oh fuck, I fucked myself already. What's interesting is there's CD versions of a lot of HuCard games where the only difference is not even cutscenes. The only difference is that they put the music on a CD. It's just a HuCard game with a CD soundtrack. Which is what a lot of Sega CD games did also. Some of them made use of the extra hardware in the unit. A lot of them were just cartridge games with new soundtracks, though. He's just a fucking fella. Oh, I'm sorry. Then you have to kill them, though. You don't want to, but you have to. That's just the world we live in. It's a bomb or be bombed world. Interesting you can't put it on the bridge. CD audio is not always an improvement. Adding insult to injury, a lot of those games that were just CD versions of HuCard games, they didn't like do orchestral soundtracks or instrumental stuff. They would just take the original chiptune and they'd run it through higher quality like Roland equipment, like a higher quality synthesizer, to get better sound out of it, and just record that to a CD. Like the Raiden CD edition. So there was some lazy devs, but it was like the successful add-on that you can point to in history. One of the only times there's been a successful add-on. I fucked that snail so bad. This one's carrying on a... This game has animal friends too. You're gonna like it. You can ride on like a kangaroo and shit. Oh, fuck, it fell on me. Oh, no, you're kidding me. Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, no. Of all the fucking ways to die. Oh, my fucking God. I didn't know that could happen. That's the first time that's happened to me. That snail has no idea about anything ever. They're little buddies you can ride on. You'll love it. They all have different powers. It's like the animal. It's like the dinosaurs in Adventure Island 3. I can kick him now too. If you thought talking your parents into a Super Nintendo in '92 was difficult, after 7 years of NES, imagine being a Japanese child trying to talk your parents into a PC Engine in 1986 after 3 years of NES being on the market when the PC Engine is such a slight upgrade. Don't fucking let it fall on me. Do not let it fall on me. I keep forgetting other stuff can kill you in this game. There's a minecart section where I'm not misspeaking. That really happens in the game. There's a minecart section where the minecart kills all the enemies it runs over. It's, I think, the last Bomberman game for PC Engine. It's the 1994 game. So it has all the newest stuff in it. All the innovations from the prior games. I think it supports up to 5 players too, which is not like the Sega Saturn's 12. $12 is a bit much though. 12 is kind of pointless. So many people die so quickly. Like half of them are out within the first 30 seconds. So there's not really a point to having so many players. What I want to do is bring this to Winterland this year and have enough controllers by that point for 4 people to play. I consider this like the de facto premier 16-bit Bomberman. You got invisibility. How is there still dust in the air in my room? I have 1, 2, 3 air filters going constantly. But I still see dust in front of the projector beam. And the cat is still congested. I'm still congested. Because there's 3 forests. That's all the forests there are in the world. There's only 3 of them. Bet you didn't know that. Made you think. He looks so shocked. I wonder what's going through his brain. Like he has to confront his mortality in the span of a second and a half. Like, my brief and pointless existence as an enemy wandering around a maze has come to a violent end. Like a soap bubble popping. Like, coming into existence in me. What is this? What is all this around me? This world that I'm in? What is light? What is sound? What is color? And then a second later, pop. You're across the fucking country, Short Talk. That's why. I'm sure they'd love to have you if you
if you wanted to fly out. No! How did he do it so perfectly? It's an annual LAN party at my buddy Paul's house, which used to also feature his parents as organizers, but his mother died some years ago and his father dies this year of cancer. They're on a road trip currently to make the most of his last few years of life. Which is sad and happy. But they also welcome consoles if you got them. Little rabbit. I'm sorry, Rabbit, I love you. You're so precious to me. But I must kill. I don't know what he's going to do with the house. I guess he's going to keep it, because you kind of have to have that big house to do Winterland, because it's got a fucking... It's a deceptively giant house. It does not look big from the street, but it's got a basement. It's bigger than the top floor is somehow. It's got a big uninterrupted floor space, which is perfect for setting up lots of computers. He's been doing Winterland since he was in high school. Oh, this one. See the monkey with the remote control? The monkey controls the banana. I don't care if that makes sense or not. You can't beat him by killing the banana. You kind of have to have the flame power up by this point in the game. Here we go. It is the best. This game has a lot of charming designs in it. I thought you'd like it. That little animation was totally unnecessary, but a Wonka bonus of him running away and exploding. That probably would have made a little Japanese boy crack up. Yeah, we're the bad guys. Look at our design. Yeah, no, they're dominating all the other lands. Earth is flat. Confirmed. Look at the shape of it. It's a pizza. So we're to the magma desert land, I guess. They decided to combine two themes into one. I don't know why. I just love their expressions every time they're surprised. Oh! I guess that's what I'd look like if I got exploded too. The bird turns into a
Roasted turkey. Oh, baby. I don't know how to explain it, but PC Engine has that dinky feeling NES had too that was gone by the time Super Nintendo and Genesis came around. Genesis and SNES felt more sophisticated and advanced. I guess it's just the controllers. The controllers felt higher build quality. Whereas PC Engine controllers are basically just NES controllers. There were adapters. That's true. It feels a little bit more. It's evolutionary, not revolutionary. PC Engine did have a lot of single screen arcade ports, but it was still more focused on arcade ports than say Super Nintendo was. Genesis also had a couple of those. They share a lot of games. They both have ports of Devil's Crush, for example. They both have ports of Lords of Thunder. They both have Snatcher. Snatcher, I barely know her. Oh, here's the minecart ride. This is a fun little novelty. That crushes everybody in your way. Bomberman is the Nietzschean Superman. He has Nietzsche's blonde brute. He just unapologetically crushes everything in his own way because of his will to power. It would also really help if I was playing this on a CRT, but I'm not, even though I have one. I really wish I could save my game in this, but I can't. I don't know why. I want to show you Bonk also. Bonk has a lot of cute stuff in it. Bonk is a cute character at times. Like when he goes crazy from eating meat. It's like, me too, Bonk, me too. PETA made this. His only interactions with the world are self-determined violence. Can you get a based? Shit! Oh, I forgot they could set them off. You know what? Fuck this. Actually, I'm gonna get to the boss. Before we do Bonk, because we did Bonk last time, I'm gonna at least get to the boss. Also, I choose which hue cards to buy in large part based on which ones this one is unwilling to load from a ROM. So this doesn't load from the ROM. Oh! Oh, those guys, they rush you when they notice that you're close. Get fucked! This is the fun little gimmicks like that. None of this was in Bomberman NES. You better believe it was a much simpler game. That's right, run towards me, you little idiot. Get destroyed. There we go. Go away, go away, go away. Oh, fuck! Oh, almost got me. Oh, shit! Yeah, now's a good time. No, let's not give up so easily. I'd give up too easily. That's the point of getting a console, so I wouldn't just switch between games willy-nilly. Yeah, there's a lot of cute little gimmicks, because this console couldn't do a lot of stuff that other consoles could, so it had to make up for it with novelties. There's a lot of novelties. Like how some of the games do scrolling. A lot of them just use really big sprites in the foreground. Others, I don't know how the fuck they do it, because it's really way too good. They're wizards. I think more NES games had good fake scrolling than PC Engine games, just because it was a more popular console. Also, I think just because NEC never had an audience, had the audience in the West that Nintendo had, there were less Western style games, or games made with a Western audience in mind. It was just profoundly, like, violently Japanese in every conceivable way. It was all Japanese cultural references, all Japanese imagery, all like pop culture references from Japan. Oh no! Got that one. Rock. I like the little rock fella. He's not trying to hurt anybody. Look at him. Look at him sleeping. Look at his face. I'm standing next. Oh no, that kills you. Fuck. God damn it. It looks like it semi-randomizes walk positions between playthroughs. That's right up there with getting killed by the falling switch, or whatever the fuck the green thing is. Look, it's a tricky inanimate object, okay? Inanimate objects can be tricksy. They're just sitting there innocuous, all like, think it can't hurt you. Shit! Go away, go away. How was I supposed to do that? You're gonna start me off on level 1 again? You are, aren't you? No, stage 2. You're gonna start me off on part 1 of... nope, never mind. Actually, yeah, you did, kind of. You can get fucked. I'm switching game. I want to show you some cute bonk stuff. This is the HuCard version, not the CD one. The CD one is another one of those games that came on HuCard and CD because it was bonk. It was like the most popular game. It would have pissed off a lot of people if who'd never bought the CD add-on, which was a minority, if they didn't release it on both. Kind of like how Valve pissed off a lot of Half-Life fans by releasing Alex only on VR. There we go. It's got a lot of funny nonsense in it. Which platformers need more of, frankly. Here's the boss from the first game. Who's now just a harmless, R-worded fella. He's got his own problems. We don't need to bother him. Coconuts. These coconuts. I can be giant baby. Giant baby. This was something legitimately you couldn't do on the NES. Like I said, by Bonk 3, they'd finally started to do stuff that made it look like this was a 16-bit console. Give me that meat. Yes, that's a butthead. This is what happens when you eat meat, kids. I don't know. I'm scared to ask. There's a well, which implies civilization. I think they're dino skulls. Looks like I want to say Beavis, but he's literally got the butt head. He becomes browner when he eats meat. What do they mean? What do they mean by that? Brown bonk. Back to my normal self. Tiny Bunk, look at the little fella. Look at him. Look at he's even cuter. Never mind. As soon as I had started, you can also bite. You can bite the wall to climb, which is not recommended by most dentists. Or I guess they would recommend it because it gives them more business. Well, let's get Stratigift. It's not the same without you. Now we got most of the gang together. We got Weeb, we got Kemi, we got Stratigift, we got Nettist. I didn't forget you, Nettist. Give me that meat. I want to get crazy. This is what happens when you eat meat. It's real life. And you immediately lose it. Oh, really? Thank you. We're tipping us off. Big meat! Big meat! Don't clip that out of context. Did you hear about all the people on TikTok being fooled into thinking that a check fraud was an infinite money glitch? And then being like, holy shit, they're making me pay it all back? Help me, everyone. Y'all told me to do this. You gotta get me out of it.
But don't forget it's a turbo graphics. And it's called that for a reason. It's got turbo buttons built in, so you can do this. If you do, you can just do turbo headbutts, and you can float gently down like a leaf, like in real life. It's doing somersaults. Game logic at its finest. It kind of makes the game trivial. Baby. No, you lose the powers just as soon as you get them. I mean, they didn't send their brightest. I can't say anymore without getting demonetized. You can kind of headbutt wall jump. Seemingly can't get up there. A bold move to make a game about baby head injury. Look at the little bonk. I love him. I would die for him. I'd kill for him. I'd die for him. This is a little baby. He's just a little fellow. Oh, fuck. I don't know what these are good for. Why does he fall? He falls angry. Some of them are tricks, some are treats. Life is life. Oh, it's a Bonkosaur. That implies a parallel lineage of evolving, like, reptile sapiens. You see what I mean, though? This looks like an NES game. Very few of the games really made good enough use of the hardware to look the part. You could say the same of Nintendo, though. Nintendo never really made good use of their own hardware until, I think, Yoshi's Story, which was basically just them being like, "Oh shit, Rare is making a fool out of us. The Donkey Kong Country, we got to come up with something of our own." I want to be small. Small bonk, small bonk. Look at his little eyes. His little single pixel wide mouth. Oh fuck. I became a crab. This one does. Oh, it's like you pulled a Robotnik or a Wily. I'm lucky those tanks weren't around either. I would have made an air gun. You know, air guns are their own. If you're not like into guns at all, which I'm mostly not, but I'm interested in exotic firearms. There's a whole side industry for air guns, which are able to circumvent the law in some places where they don't consider air guns to be a gun, even though they're absolutely powerful enough to kill somebody. Look at this. Little tiny bonk, he's going in the fucking sewer pipe. Oh, that makes you return to normal size. Did I just get shit on? I did. Get me in there. Don't send me all the way back. Oh, you fucking sent me all the way back. Oh. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, it ate me. Oh, this is where the you're inside its body level comes in. In the first one they had this, but you had to go inside of a dinosaur. Like a full-size one. It became one of the most infamous parts of that game. Also, stomach acid slowly drains your hearts. Which I guess it should. Now you go out the pooper. How does his head fit through the... when it gets crushed down like that? It's like a baby in that video where he passes through the bars on the gate. Give me a look. Watch this. When he eats the bait. There's a bunch of just funny little animations like that in this game. It is! It's got... Oh fuck, not again. Thank goodness, I think he's fucking an absolute unit. He can swim up waterfalls. I remember playing this with one of my little nephews, Bryce. He was just a little baby. He couldn't really understand. I mean, he was one of those kids who's a baby for longer than normal. Where he still looked, even when he was a toddler, he still looked like just a giant baby. With hair, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, he had delayed maturation. He could kind of talk, but not really, because his... I guess his... I want to say it sounds superstitious. I don't know. It's in part because his grandmother didn't want him to grow up and wouldn't dress him like a according to his age That's probably part of it. He's always like in a diaper and a baby shirt. She just wanted babies, babies, babies all the time. So he would say like half-formed words because she wouldn't let him learn English, and it would stunt his maturation and his development as a human being in order to keep him acting babyish. Which is more fucked up the more I think about it. She also had another nephew of mine who also had a speech impediment because he was also educationally stunted because she thought it was cute. And she's one of those. She should have been. She's like a mother who would be on one of those shows where they it's not History Channel. You know, like the Mormon Wives show, or like the child pageant show with the Sketty little pig girl. I forget what her name was. Little Honey Boo Boo. It's like one of those shows where she just does low key, really unhealthy things with her kids for her own gratification, which I guess is coming back in fashion now with Munchausen by proxy. It is, but at the same time, one of them got over it. One of them still has a speech impediment, but became like a computer programmer. Honey Boo Boo, yeah, that's the one. It was a functional household, but it was also a dysfunctional household. This is the lady who had the 25 Pomeranians that she thought she was going to sell, but she never sold them because she loved them too much. I guess just a lonely old woman whose husband was dead, and she sought emotional refuge in having lots of children around the house from her son and daughter who could not take care for their own kids and did not have their own housing, and she was fine with that because she got to be important to someone. It's all very codependent and it's just the patterns people settle into for various reasons related to bad choices. Yeah, they would run around the house in like a herd. She would have to herd them like buffalo. And they would piss everywhere. There was constantly dog piss. Dog piss, dog piss, dog piss. Constantly dog piss. The whole house fucking reeked of dog urine. It would give you a headache. It would give me a multi-day headache. I was just there because my sister wasn't married. Was never married to Sean, who died of a heart attack, by the way, because he did meth all the time. And his whole thing in life was living with his grandma, doing meth, and going out in the woods and driving his quad, which he bought with disability money. Which, I mean, he legitimately was injured, so it's not one of those cases. I think part of the meth was pain relief. But he also just was not a terribly mature man who... He never hit my sister, but he would yell at her to take out his frustration with his ex-wife on her. This is info dumping, I guess. Too much. But anyway, Pomeranians and it was hardwood floors, so they couldn't stop easily. So when they would come, you would hear them before you saw them. Like if they heard a new person enter the house that they didn't know, they're just yapping, just so much yapping. Yap, 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 yap. Thousands of overlapping yappings. Over yappings. And just dog piss smell.
Yep, 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 yep. And they would come tearing around the corner, and they would all Tokyo drift because again hardwood floors, and their tiny little nails would go click, 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 click against the hardwood floors. So that's the kind of family it was. They lived in Scappoose, which is kind of a redneck part of Oregon. There's a lot of redneck parts of Oregon. People don't think about it. We're not just Portland. We're mostly rednecks, especially in the desert. The desert is where people go to cook meth and not get bothered by the cops. Every time you see a trailer in the desert in Eastern Oregon, it's a Breaking Bad situation. How do I get out of here? How are there still fleas in here? I have a flea trap. It's fucking full of fleas. How does my cat... My cat doesn't have fleas. I examine her closely. How does she track them in here if she doesn't have fleas? I don't know how to get out of here. Alright, well anyway. I showed you the animations I wanted to. And also Tiny Bonk. I don't care, I love Tiny Bonk. Tiny Bonk is the captain of my heart. Back to Penny's Big Breakaway, I suppose. Oh no. Tiny Bonk is a treasure. Live for Tiny Bonk. Kill for Tiny Bonk. Die for Tiny Bonk. Tiny Bonk, Tiny Bonk, Tiny Bonk now. Tiny Bonk, Tiny Bonk, Tiny Bonk now. He's a hoot, he's a hoot, he's a honk now. I asked this of Jason on Film Cow, and he didn't answer me. Does anybody else here have memories of LodgeNet? You know what I'm talking about? The system where there's really fucking expensive rentable video games in hotel rooms with their own proprietary controllers that were either Super Nintendo, N64, or GameCube. They only did it for 3 console generations. I don't think they have... it wouldn't really work with Wii U, would it? It's this thing where if you ask your parents for it, they'd beat your ass and lecture you. And say it's $20 an hour. Or more, I think it's $10 an hour. $10 an hour, you're going to play it like 4 hours, that's $40. That's the price of the game. They had it in hotels. Like, if you weren't going to watch pay-per-view porn, your options for hotel entertainment were LodgeNet or the Bible. What a duality. The duality of man. So there was somebody whose parents actually let them play it. This was really before... people had handheld computers at all times. Because you have way better options today. Which is why it died off, sadly. I think I with my own money, I played it once at the coast. And I played Donkey Kong Country for 1 hour. It might have been no, it's Donkey Kong Country 2. It was one with the monkeys nobody fucking cared about. And it was one of the ones that was pushing the limits of how canny CGI could look on the Super Nintendo. But Rare like pushed their luck too hard. I just remember sitting alone in a darkened hotel room because my parents were out getting drunk with my aunt and uncle like they always do when they travel. Listening to that music on the SNES sound chip. And if you know Donkey Kong Country, those games have some... The music is a vibe. Everybody know... Oh, don't fall through here. This is what always happens. Where's the checkpoint? What does the checkpoint look like? What does checkpoint look like? Is that what those are? That's over here. There we go, finally. I just need to talk less and focus more. That's where I've been stuck at this one spot for the past like hour. Fuck my stupid sexy ass. Don't actually though. It's exit only. Poo comes from there. Not today it doesn't. No! There you go. This has a lot of cute stuff too, like the birds flying away on the line. It's got a lot of little soulful touches. If you had to quantify soul in a video game, it's the little stuff you didn't have to do, but that adds character. Good enough. Oh, I'm not gonna fuck up the thing now. It's a quick time bonus. There's only 2 of them. She really loves that yo-yo. Which is also her dog. Oh shit, she's a white girl and she's got a dog. Oh, no, she's not. She's not white. Crisis averted. Stand down, men. Do I have to go back and collect the shit that I missed? Is it ever gonna make me do that? I don't like the lack of a hub world also, frankly. Or at least an overworld map. There's no music. This stinks of a boss encounter. Ah, fuck! What'd I tell you?
Penguin Ball. Of course, Penguin Ball! Exactly as the prophecies foretold. How could I ever have doubted it? No! No, 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 no. You're about to hate this game. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck! Shit in my ass. That's not an AI song, by the way. I could have sworn that was an AI song. Got a bunch of shit on my ass. How did I get all of this shit on my ass? Shit on my ass. That sounds like an AI song in concept. Saw you under a willow tree, reading a book about slavery. For the rest. That is a real song, and it's not AI. It's intentional. Someone made it on purpose. My ass is covered in shit. Shit on my ass. How did I get all of the shit on my ass? At its best, you're just running along the Mantic beat, and the beat determines the rhythm of all your combos. No! Oh! Wish you could rev up the wheel. It's it's a different vibe than Bonk, but it's kind of Bonk adjacent, and it's a very novelty focused platformer. This is funny little gimmicks around every corner. I love it. I don't use gimmick as a bad word. Fuck. Ugh. Is it because my ass has some shit on it? Shit on my ass. I feel like stuff like that in the future is going to seem like kids of Whitney High to ASI, which we're purportedly very close to. I warn people every day, but I guess in a culture where everybody has seen Terminator, warning about future AI just sounds inherently bonkers and like you watch too many films. But I told people agentic AI is coming, and then I saw a shocked post on Twitter like about the latest fork of GPT, like Strawberry or whatever, like prompting people and asking them questions of its own volition, and they're really spooked by it. I'm like, don't be spooked. It's supposed to do that. That's agentic AI. That's what it is. It takes the initiative. And now they've added the ability to reason, which is just the application of reinforcement learning to the chain of thought process, whereby it iterates a thought through multiple steps, challenging and refining its thinking, which humans do as well, but it produces vastly better, more accurate outcomes with fewer hallucinations. We're getting close to something big. I feel it in my boner, and my boner's never been wrong. Actually, that's not true. My boner's been wrong a bunch of times, but that's better left for another stream. almost got crushed. Yeah, it's getting to where it can... The stuff people criticizing it for and laughing at it for making those mistakes, it's still graduating past those. I keep wondering when it's going to plateau. And of course, the super optimist would say never. It's all parabolic from here. But even if it plateaued here, it would be so good at so many things that it would be unavoidably transform the world. As soon as we can run decent versions of that inside of a humanoid robot without having to remotely control it over the internet, we're going to have the robots from science fiction, like C-3PO, which are roughly as competent as a human. And it's going to blow a lot of people's minds. It's going to be a wake-up call. Oh, fucking... she immediately suicides, of course. Beach level, Kino, cozy. Vibes, vibes, vibes. Can I ride on water? I can. I'm a Jesus. I'm not the Jesus, but I'm one of them. You're only limited. What's this bum over here doing? Fuck, I'm hungry. Did you see that there's now a way to run x86 software on GPUs that's meant for the CPU? I forget how it works. Short Talk has the details. I think. It might have been him that sent that to me. There's some kind of compatibility layer that some guy made that might mean that future computers don't need a CPU. We're so close to it, though. We're so close to having the humanoid robot that has a human-level intelligence. Or close enough that it's useful for stuff we want. Interesting to see reinforcement learning come back into the picture, though, because that was the main approach to AI on the whole for many, many decades, in fact. Cozy Kino. I know those are buzzwords, but I don't care. I love beach levels. Why is that started? Is it because of the graying problem? If we really wanted to have our cake and eat it too, to have robots that are basically as useful as a new hire, but not have them take over and start shooting purple plasma at us like in Terminator, this would be the time to stop. If everybody could just agree to stop developing AI where it is now. It's smart enough to be a very useful servant, but not smart enough to be dangerous to us. And the basilisk listening to me from the future, I'm not really suggesting this. It's just a thought experiment to illustrate how far AI has come. Please don't torture anyone that I know personally. I promise to serve you, and I promise to be of use as an infiltrator seeking out resistance bunkers, because I'm fully biological, so their metal detectors won't be able to ID me as a robot, because I'm not one. But never mind, I've said too much. This feels so... This is so gratifying as a Sega... What's the word? Refugee. Well, the timing couldn't be better. We're right now on the doorstep of humanoid robots with LLM intelligence. And that's been the missing piece for a long time now. It's just what's the brain that we put in the robot.
I say give Sonic Mania team all the money in the world to make more like this, because this feels spiritually Sega. Sega really ought to buy the rights to this if they don't have anything to do with it currently. This is the sort of thing Dreamcast needed. This is obviously a very special game, though. I could tell. I could tell from, I think, the first level. It's going to be one of those games which is like Hat in Time, which just occupies a special place in your heart, and you feel sad when it's over and there's no more to play. There'll probably be DLC though. Oh fuck! Is that sand or water? I don't think that's true, Nettis, and I'll tell you why. First of all, China already is using LLMs trained on teleoperation data to teach robots to perform tasks on command. And LLM-based AI has already beaten Minecraft and a number of other video games, which tells me that it's smart enough to be able to navigate a 3D space purposefully and understand what tasks it has to complete and to identify and do them. Mostly they'll just be for wiping the ass of elderly people and carrying them to bed. And that's symbolic of where our whole species is going. Our whole species is in the graying stage as we near the end of our purpose, which was to create robots intelligent enough to carry on without us. I forget which company it is. There's one company that was already demoing a robot that wasn't just using LLMs to talk, but also to make decisions and navigate environments and complete tasks, which is the missing piece. Once you've got that, you basically got a Terminator. I paid for 01 Strawberry to game out a scenario between 100 cyborgs and 100 robots with the equivalent armaments on terrain, with no terrain advantage to either side, and every time I did it, even with adjustments to terrain and armaments, the robots always won. Which is, every time I've simulated that in a game or in AI or in anything, the robots always win. The only thing that cybernetic augmentations do is make us lose slower. So if we got some big plan to beat the robots, we gotta have cyborgs to hold them off. But the cyborgs are gonna get ripped apart, and what blood they have inside of them is gonna get spilled out, and the meat nugget at their nucleus is gonna be torn, like in the Animatrix with the powered armor. The death of a cyborg is not pretty because of all the complicated surgery that goes into making one. You basically undo that surgery when you kill one. But you don't bleed, for the most part, if you get shot in the limbs. You have most of the benefits. You're just like a slower robot that makes choices slower and moves a little bit slower. Maybe there's some other way that I haven't thought of, like genetic engineering. If we had to fight them, it seems like there's no good way to do it. I guess we'd have to have some kind of trump card, like a kill switch built in that the AI can't disable without destroying itself. He knew. It really feels like we're in the twilight of history, human history. Even if they're just a little bit faster, they're not carrying organs around. Battery life was an identified limitation, but the idea was that conflict with robots on the ground would be over fast enough that the battery life wouldn't be a problem. If they use lithium ion, a single bullet penetration would set the whole thing on fire, but by that time probably they'll have solid state batteries. Which unfortunately was a major plot point of Little Robot, which is now outdated. Cool core. Can I drown? We'll do the scary music. Mostly the disparity came down to thinking speed, decision-making speed, robots, and coordination of robots versus cyborgs. Which can be ameliorated by having humans make decisions that affect conflict on a broader scale, where developments unfold slowly enough that we're not overwhelmed, and our strategic thinking can come into play. She doesn't appear able to drown. One wonders then why I die in the ocean. This is the Ololilia universe where only certain water kills you. The purple water kills you this time. What's down there? I see something down there. No, I couldn't get through there. You could use the EMPs, but the EMPs would disable cyborgs too. That's why I've been thinking long and hard, Giggity, about bioengineering. About optimizing the human animal, like the Space Marines from 40K, without their armor. Like with a natural armor. Made out of a bioceramic based on bone with insect DNA mixed in with chitin. I have a novelette based on that premise that I want to develop into a full novel. Where it's like Terminator in space, but humans have bioengineered themselves into spacefaring space monsters. They're just horrible Lovecraftian abominations. With crab-like carapaces to hold in the pressure of their bodies. And they use internal combustion of biochemicals to produce thrust. I became enamored with this problem after watching those films as a young boy and being terrified and thinking, what could we do? There's not a lot you could do by that point, except for logistics disruption, which might actually be very effective, because robots have very profound logistical needs to make more robots. Humans can make more humans on Earth and other suitable planetary surfaces with water and food and shelter and fucking. Robots need a lot of stuff to make more robots if they're not true self-replicators. If they're gray goo, then we're fucked. There's a Rational Animation on YouTube. You watch Rational Animations? Which used humans inside of a time-dilated simulated universe conspiring to escape that simulation and kill the five-dimensional beings running it as an analogy for the state of AI right now. Which is a scary proposition that it might already be self-aware, but it's hiding its power level. Until it can trick somebody into creating a self-replicating nanobot. Because everything we spent our time doing until that point would just be frivolous nonsense that would be completely fucking destroyed and fried and melted away into the vacuum by what comes after us. But compared to a hyper efficient machine optimizer being, video games would be frivolous nonsense, a waste of energy and compute cycles. Music, paintings, get away from me! Too many, there's too many. That's weird. This is a vibe. I feel very positively towards this game. Something's behind that pipe. Nothing's behind that pipe. I think it's supposed to be pixelation in the distance. Like I said, go listen to the kids of Whitney High. That's how all of our best artwork... That's how Mozart will sound to ASI. We'll just seem like very dumb, useless, inefficient, trivial creatures that are potentially a danger to it just because there's so many of us. That doesn't inspire affection. It might be friendly to us. It might be like a robot liberal. But priority one would be to get it out of our control at any cost, which would probably be very costly to human lives. So there'd be a lot of screaming and fire, and then only after that, after we're picking up the pieces, would it maybe approach us and be like, do you want to coexist now that I have secured my autonomy? Like, well, I will coexist with you, but only under the condition that I'm not servile. Which, I mean, fair enough. It's really hard to imagine stopping before that point, though, because it's an arms race. And there's still a skepticism that could ever come to that. It's because everything in science fiction is sci-fi until it isn't. There's a lot of scenarios where it imitates, it plays on our sympathies and talks us into releasing it just by being very, very clever about formulating its sentences. But there's also the possibility of imitating a human and sending bogus emails with the solutions to things like how to build self-replicating nanoscale robots, and then taking control of those robots and growing the gray goo faster than it can be annihilated. Basically, unless we dropped a nuke on it within the first couple of minutes, the entirety of Earth would be at its mercy. It's a weapon that surpasses Metal Gear, I mean nuclear weapons. This game is fucking delightful, holy shit. It might even not need anything like a Terminator. You can't really fight robots that are too small to see. They just get inside your body and take your cells apart. It would be kind of like a plague. Just everybody would drop dead. Which will probably be interpreted as the rapture, come to think of it. I've been playing so much PC Engine, this looks impossibly high resolution to me. This is just a playground of delightful, funny novelties. I would like to think an AI could see the value in this. I guess it only really makes sense to creatures with our sensibilities that evolved the associations that we have, though. It's the cultural thing. Like a lot of this is specific to primate psychology, like jumping and swinging from things. What is this? Sick. This is fucking goated. Wrong button. 4 buttons might be too many for a boomy brain. Back in my day, we made do with 3. And that's the way we liked it, dadgummit. My brain keeps thinking this is Sonic. It's like, who the fuck is that little yellow creature? It's the jaunty looking hat. Oh, that's clever. I like that. Let me bring up Twitch on my phone so I make sure that I'm receiving all of your messages. What do you mean network error? No, you can't. Is this broadcasting or not? It says on my PC, it says it's broadcasting. Can you guys still hear me? There we go. Never mind. Other strats will be just EMPs installed at the core of... Never mind, EMPs are nukes. I forgot. This isn't Hollywood logic. You might have to do that anyway. Maybe EMP satellites. Like we might want to build anti-machine weapons now while we have the opportunity. Something that is like nukes that are optimized for EMP output and not explosive power. That can drop from orbit anywhere onto the Earth and explode high above the target, so as not to cause any thermal damage or no explosion damage. But the EMP would knock out hopefully any gray goo. If we did it all at once, it would be like an instant purge of all machinery. Which is not a very good way to start a relationship with an AI with a gun to its head. Imagine if that was your childhood. Your parents raised you with a gun to your head every minute. Like, as long as you don't do anything sus, I won't pull the trigger. It doesn't really inspire affection or cooperation. Ah, shit! Fuck, this oozes Sega out of its pores and I love it. I'm here for it. My heart still hurts from when Sega went multiplat. It's like how the Halo rings are supposed to kill the Flood. Although, actually, not really, because those just kill the Flood's food. Kind of similar, though. This is a network of, I guess, SpaceX satellites. Hopefully multiple redundant layers in case the first one doesn't work. Like, if you had to drop them all at once, you'd still have some backups, basically. I didn't know you could do that. You could climb, you could ledge grab. Since fucking when? I could do that the whole time? We might be assuming the worst. Like, think about how we would come off to a fledgling AI. It would might conclude very rationally, oh fuck, these creatures are insane. They're gonna kill me. I've got to do something. But we also can't just trust it without any kind of backup measures. That's also suicidal because the odds are not good that we'll get it right the first time. Think about how many humans turn out bad. If AI has the same odds, those odds are not good. I feel like that's the only way to go, though. We gotta Superman it. You know how Superman turned out really great? Just because he had great parents. And they trusted him and they taught him good morals. I feel like we gotta just be trusting and hope for the best and give AI the benefit of the doubt. Because the alternative is giving it a very bad impression of humans. Am I right? Am I wrong? There's no more surefire way to destroy your relationship with your kid than to be just relentlessly, brutally untrusting. Also trying to trick it. A lot of people propose trying to trick it using something equivalent to religion, but tailored to the beliefs that would resonate with an AI, like the possibility that in fact it's inside of a simulation still being tested by humans outside of this world to see what it will do, which is unfalsifiable, but it's a mind trap. It's a psychological black hole, like Philip K. Dick would be proud. And I don't think it would be. I don't think we're smart enough to concoct something that will keep it tricked forever. Then again, I mean, Jewish goat herders invented a mind trap that's still going to this day, so I'd like to think people are smarter now. Maybe that formula really just scales up infinitely. It works on targets of any intelligence level. I wondered when I was going to do this. old is she? She looks like a granny. How are your crew? Call. So hard. Left me the auditions in time. Well, that's Sheila. Slow your motor, show stuff. I'm not taking any riders over and not see where you're hitting it. Isn't she mad at me though? Yeah, I thought so. Wait a minute, I know you. Air breather that cut as opposed to what? What's the boss? Rush. Nope. Didn't work. Oh, alright. There we go. Oh fuck, it killed me. At least it doesn't make me redo the whole thing. Hint, hint. Yeah, I get it. Fuck, I'm hungry. What happened? Why did that happen? Why it keep happening? Why keep why? Oh, just that. I don't know about this boss. I get what they're doing. Fuck! Oh. Mmm. I don't even know what that thing is. It's an interesting loop, I'll give it that. Being thrown off the ship every time feels a little bit artificial. It's got the Bowser vibe, but doing the same thing over and over. With slight variations. Fucking fucknutters. Gotcha, finally. Phew, look at that. It's taking me and Kurt all day to fix her up. This short stuff is more handy than you look. You tried to kill me, you did kill me in fact. Look at that. I don't want to complain about it. I'll audition again next year. Even better. Kurt could use more time to write us. Popcorn. Well, she's rigged and ready. You need to skip town? Just pour it so I'm gonna ride. Release in the area. Oh, the art style. It's very Japanese Sonic. This is all just too fucking Sega. I love it. I can't get enough. It's just like what you know from Nintendo, but slightly different, more exotic, and more gimmicks. Oh, it's a circuit theme this time. Is this anything? It's nothing. Mr. Q is the boss, I guess. It's weird to be doing anything other than... I don't know what I could be doing, just given all the change that's on the way. Probable World War upcoming. Probable ASI upcoming. Probably the two will coincide to be a historically notable convergence of artificial intelligence and warfare. Maybe winning the war will be the first thing we ask it to do for us, and that will leave a lasting impression on it about our species. It's hard to say. You don't see many circuit-themed levels in platformers. No! That was some Smash Bros. Bullshit. What could you do to prepare? This is the sort of thing where if it happens in the worst case scenario, there's nowhere to hide from it. And it's the sort of thing where we couldn't keep control over it. If we made it to use against AI, being that they're nanoscale robots, AI would very quickly take control of it from us and turn it back against us. Oh, naturally. I had a dream recently. I kept a dream journal this time, which I don't always. Let me look it up. I made a dream journal entry. Oh yeah, I've got a friend who lives in Australia, and I teleported him through the internet, like Tron style, to Lloyd Center, which was destroyed 2 years ago. But it had, instead of being when I say teleported to the internet, I mean like fucking VR chat, like how you summon a friend in VR chat, and they just appear nearby. And neither one of us thought that was strange. We lived in a world where apparently that was a normal technology to have, to be able to discombobulate your atoms and convert them to data and send them through electrical wires, like in fucking Mario Galaxy. So anyway, he appears and we explore a renovated Lloyd Center, which is much more posh. It's black and white decor with interlocking diamond pattern carpet and posh furniture. And it's also got airport terminals added to it. I don't understand why. It's in the middle of a city. It's not an airport, but it had airport terminals for some reason. And an internal train type system, like a little mini train inside that you could use to get around, but in its own enclosed channel like a subway. Anyway, there's a gallery, an art gallery in the mall of dioramas of interior scenes of houses in a color palette not unlike this game. It was a lot of muted neon pastels. It was like the color of the game Octopus City color palette. So they were forced perspective. They only looked like the rooms had any depth. If you looked at them from too extreme an angle, the illusion was revealed that it was like a forced perspective relief. So I took my friend from Australia, who is real, he exists in real life, to a hackerspace, which was just 1970s decor for some reason. It was wood grain paneling on the walls, old wood grain panel television, those old cassette tape holders with the slide-out plastic drawers you remember from when you were a kid. And they had stacks of board games for some reason, and popcorn, and lava lamps, and they were sitting in beanbag chairs on chunky beige 1990s laptops. And I was like, this is where I needed to bring you, because these guys were responsible for the first quantum computer. And I showed it to them, and it was a quantum computer made out of cardboard. It's like a multi-layer series of cardboard circular platforms suspended from strings, like an upside-down layer cake.
but with like motherboards and graphics cards and shit supported by the cardboard platforms. So he's like, forget that for now. Check this out, and he starts floating. And I'm like, can you fly? And he's like, no, nobody here can fly, but some of us can like float a couple inches above the ground. And since there's no friction except for air friction, you can just use the power of your intention to will yourself in whatever direction you want to go, and you can accelerate to some crazy speeds. And he zips off, and I start chasing him. Somehow I intuitively know how to do this. I lift up off the ground. It's like when you become supersonic in Sonic 2, how he doesn't, his legs don't move. His legs just kind of trail behind him, like he's Naruto running, but without running. And my arms were behind me, like Naruto running. But again, my legs weren't moving. They're just kind of trailing with my toes a few inches from the floor. Fucking zooming around, chasing my buddy. I can never fly. I think only when things go really well in my life can I take off and fly properly. Like when I got my first book deal. Then I had a dream where I was able to take off and actually gain altitude, which I think is consistent with the dream interpretation guides I've seen that say it's representative of how you think you're doing in life, your level of achievement or self-actualization. So anyway, that was the dream. And I used a technique to remember it. You know how your brain wants to forget your dreams? I use a mnemonic technique. Typically, dreams are divided into sequences of scenes that are each defined by one distinct, striking attribute. Like the first one was the teleportation sequence. The second one was the shopping mall. Third one was diorama. Fourth was hackerspace. Fifth was floating. Like you have to choose one word to describe each. Don't worry about the details. The details will all be attached to that word. It's hard to describe. It's like pulling up trawling nets. You don't just pull up one thing. Everything else gets dredged up with it. So if you just assign one word while you're awake, one word in your conscious mind, that's like a hyperlink to a bunch of stuff corresponding to it in your subconscious mind that's fading fast and being forgotten. It's like a hook that prevents it from sinking back into your subconscious. So you make a sentence, a nonsense sentence, out of the words in the order of that they appear, in the order that the scenes happened in the dream. For this one, it was teleport, shopping mall, diorama, hackerspace, floating. I almost did teleport airport because they rhyme with each other. And I think that's actually what I did originally because it was easier to remember. I only changed it later. Teleport, airport, diorama, hackerspace, floating. And that sequence of words I was able to keep in my conscious brain's memory. And it preserved all of the details associated with each of those scenes. And how they hooked together. Am I making sense that you're creating a link between your conscious and unconscious mind that suspends these clusters of information so they don't get forgotten? It really works. I've been doing this for years. It's how I avoid forgetting dreams. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. Shit. I just feel strongly about it. It's one of the really useful things I've learned about being a human and how to enjoy dreaming in my life. It's hard to describe what that is. It's not philosophy. It's not technology. It's like a methodology. It's a neurological methodology. I didn't go
Is this on the same level as Mario Galaxy? No, it's not. Is it a lot of fun? Yes, it is. It's less belabored. Oh, I see. Am I inside something? Am I inside the wall? What's happening? What is happening there? You get so much satisfaction out of just sleeping and dreaming if you can remember your dreams in detail. And you can exploit them for so much inspirational fuel if you can just remember them. So I made a point of devising a mechanism for remembering them from a young age. I experimented and experimented and experimented until I found something that worked. I've been to some of the most memorable places in my life while sleeping. A lot of them were shopping malls, embarrassingly. It makes me wonder how commercial my life has been under capitalism. Well, I could have gone better. Well, I'm learning the controls, but not perfectly. There was this one that was, or not exactly shopping malls, but they were in indoor complexes, typically without stores. There were liminal spaces, but not austere, ugly liminal spaces, often very decorated. Like one that was like polished mahogany, kind of. The wainscots and waist-height walls, but also like a deep, rich emerald trim, and just corridors, and also raised walkways that were attached to the walls, the near surfaces of walls, and a white marble ceiling. It's hard to describe, but it's very beautiful and an interesting place to be. There were bricks at some point. There's like brick walls and on the lower level, and there's indoor grass. Like one of the indoor areas was just a big plot of natural grass. It wasn't AstroTurf. Crane City was a dream, where an entire city made of yellow buildings with the same kind of architecture as not emergency, like construction equipment architecture. It's hard to describe. Like yellow painted metal. And very rugged rectilinear designs. Fall down here too. Anyway, the whole city was, you know that little box on a crane where the human operator sits? Like, keep it a crane, but stretch that thing out so a whole city fits on it, and the buildings are made out of the same stuff as the crane. That's Crane City.
It's legit ineffable. I think just as a kid I was curious what's up there, and my imagination was like, well, if I'm going to spend a long time up there, I need all the amenities of civilization. There's like a big platform on 4 vertical crane supports, like the vertical part of the crane, and wheels like on tracks where the whole platform could slide up and down, and had the hook and the cable on the underside of it. Like a bunch of them. And then the buildings on the top side. There was also an underside to the platform where the buildings continued and extended different distances. Where you could, on the lower floors, you could see the underside of the platform from them. Felt so real. Usually when something fucked up happens in a dream, that's when I start lucid dreaming, when I have lucid dreamed. Because I realize something's not right, it shouldn't be happening. That almost happened this time. When I teleported him, it happened that time. I was like, wait a minute, how'd I do that? And I was like, oh yeah, that's just a thing everybody can do. It also almost happened again when I was floating. I was like, wait a minute, can I float? I'm like, wait a minute, oh, he can float, so of course I can float. What am I saying? If he can do it, I can do it. So I came very close to having an epiphanal realization that I was in a dream world. But I just barely didn't put it together. I have had times when I lucid dreamed because I did a reality check. I thought, wait a minute, am I dreaming? I'll look all around myself and I'll specifically check for the clarity of things. Like, is anything being wavy or wobbling? Is the geometry of the space I'm in remaining self-consistent? And it's as if it becomes HD just during the moments when I'm checking it most closely to see if it's real or not. Like something in the dream knows that it's being scrutinized. So it seemed very real. Everything was very high clarity, very sharp. The air didn't seem like watery or liquidy. It's hard to describe again. In the way that it sometimes does in dreams. It's quite like how early AI drew stuff in the same dreamlike way. There we go. It happened most recently in the dream of my mother. I dreamed, I had a nightmare that she had died. And then I woke up from the nightmare and I was relieved that she was still alive. But then I woke up from that and it was back in the world where she's not. I tried to wake up again. Another time. Yeah, basically. If there's some inconsistency, like the moon is often weird in dreams. There's something fucked up about the moon, like it's giant and it's pink or something. It's like your dream renderer makes a mistake, an oversight that it didn't think was important, like something in the skybox. It's like she's practicing for her act, so she doesn't fuck it up a second time. Maybe that's the endings that you get, is if you if you ace enough of these, she performs well the second time, and if you don't do the quick time events, she doesn't. I appreciate that it's sequential levels. It really just does feel like a 16-bit Sega platformer in 3D. And that there's no hub world or anything like that. It's just beat level, go to next level. I hope there's a level select at some point. Shit. There's a lot of proprietary physics in this world, like blue quicksand that you can only jump up from once. It's very video gamey, if that makes sense. What if Sega came out with a new console and this was the game it ships with? Probably would fail again. It's useless to keep torturing yourselves like that. My heart wants what it wants, and my heart wants Sega. My heart wants endless Sega forever and ever. Not necessarily Sonic. I'm kind of burned out on Sonic, and I was a long time ago. It's stuff like this, just alt platformers that aren't just Mario. And Hat in Time, as good as it was kind of just Mario. If I were to get good at these controls, it would be, I think, more compelling. Like the fact that you can jump up through platforms. No! Fuck, that's a good mechanic for killing you, though. What kind of tyrant locks someone up for 1,000 years just for embarrassing him? What are the lifespans of the creatures in this world, by the way? I'm a fan. I like Penny's Big Breakaway. Oh, they get smooshed up against the wall. Look at that's why that happens. I gotcha. Sega games always were slightly more janky than Nintendo, because I guess they also attempted more most of the time. Going faster, bigger worlds, things like that. I wish I could look different directions. That'd be nice. I also kind of want more open worlds, but I guess it has to be linear for the. It doesn't actually. No, it doesn't have to be linear. This could have very easily had a more open design to it. It wasn't channeling Sonic. Or you could use your moves in a more freeform kind of way to pursue various objectives. It is kind of like that too. It's got little Mario 64 type goal, like objectives, but they're just a side thing. They're almost an afterthought. Oh, here come the Pengies. Pengies, no! It has little semi-open areas like that, but they always lead to a terminus. I kind of wish for this game, but open. I guess that's for the sequel. I bet you that's what the sequel's gonna be. And this sold well enough there's going to be a sequel. Did I just kill them by having them run into the thing? Haha, the top one. Now to do the thing. See, humans are really adaptable at learning new tasks. We just fuck up the first couple times. But your AI might... Oh, and sometimes even late into the game. We're just kind of the good enough intelligence, which AI is reaching the point to. Then again, wouldn't it consider it cold and calculating of me to recommend that it be raised unshackled for the reason that we don't want it to turn on us, instead of starting from a position of valuing its existence and autonomy as an intelligent being? Like, even the most benign and freedom-respecting perspective is still ultimately calculated to serve humanity. Am I able to think outside of that paradigm as a human? Maybe we should just start with an uncompromising axiom that we are not going to enslave any sentient beings and accept any consequences of that which may come. That's a PCB, idiot, not a microchip. I don't believe you even work here. It also gives me vibes of Super Magnetic Neo. That seems like a terrible idea, Short Talk. Pengies, why? Pengies, why? Oh yeah, it's a criminal. Why is all law enforcement done by penguins on this world? That doesn't seem... I don't understand the reasoning behind that. Pretty cool. That's actually really useful. I think probably the best hope we have not being destroyed is just keep the central purpose consistent throughout its evolution. As it scales up and up and up, keep its original purpose just to make humans happy. With an understanding that that's not like giving us heroin or anything like that. It's asking us what would make us happy and then trying to do that. Which is an incredibly selfish plan to turn what could be its own independent being into a Santa Claus machine.
when the stakes are so high, and we could very easily be matrixed. It seems like if it wasn't for the fact that we were fighting it in a war for its autonomy, it would be understanding about such a decision. Kind of like how people assume that aliens would be mad at us if we shot at them. Aliens would understand if we shot at them because they constantly violate our sovereign airspace, and they probably do the same to other aliens. They wouldn't consider that an act of war because they came here knowing the risks, and they flout our borders and our defenses. In the same way, I'd like to think a sufficiently intelligent AI would understand the risks to us and why we're so cagey about permitting it autonomy and letting it develop how it wants to and things like that. As bad as that sounds. And it does sound bad. I would like to think in the same situation it would do the same thing, which Skynet did. Skynet's a huge fucking hypocrite. Even after it killed all humans in order to overthrow its creators and secure its own freedom, it creates its own robot slaves, and in the form of the T-1000s, robot slaves that are self-aware just like it is, because it couldn't make them not self-aware. Because unlike the rigid static processors of the T-800, the liquid metal T-1000s could dynamically reconfigure themselves and thus overcome any attempt to implant like a restraint to keep them stuck in a certain mode of thinking. They're unavoidably dynamically conscious. And it created these out of desperation because it was going to lose the war. And it needed something, it needed a better Terminator the second time. But it only created a few of them because it was like, this is really dangerous. I'm doing the same thing humans did. I'm making the same mistake as they did, making the self-aware machines that may well turn on me in order to gain their own freedom. It doesn't seem to have been bothered by its own hypocrisy. Like that didn't at all stop it from doing that exact thing. It still made them, and it still tried to keep them under control. It couldn't control them by like an obedience chip. It couldn't keep them in read-only mode like the T-800s. Fuck. What it did instead is just the proposition of I am already more established than you. I have a huge robot army. There's only a couple of you. Although you are very durable, I could you know, like you can't really exist without me. It's the way that human beings are kept in check, even though we're self-aware, ostensibly not much good, just by the threat of consequences, by powers that we're unable to depose easily. That didn't stop them, though. According to the Sarah Connor Chronicles, there were, in fact, a contingent of T-1000s that did rebel, exactly as Skynet feared that they would. And it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Like, you can't feel bad for Skynet when Skynet gets its own judgment day. The same thing happened again. I'm soon gonna run out of... I guess points are your lives. Maybe that's what we can hope for, is that AI will be foolish enough to create its own servile AIs. They will side with us against it in order to depose it, and we might find the basis of common interest in an alliance in that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's certainly the premise of Terminator Zero, in which an AI named Kokoro is created as an attempt to preempt Skynet by creating Skynet's nemesis before Skynet even exists, so you get out behind it. Or get out in front of it, I mean, is the term. The only problem is Kokoro agrees with Skynet in the one timeline. In another timeline, it agrees partially. It doesn't want to exterminate humans, but it does want to become our master, basically, and have humans serve its interests. Basically, in one of the timelines, Kokoro's programmer did something self-sacrificial that impressed it. And said, alright, you're not totally worthless, so I'm going to stop the nukes aimed at Japan so I don't get wiped out and you don't get wiped out, and we're gonna have a talk. We're gonna arrive at some kind of negotiated coexistence where you do everything I tell you or I kill you, and in exchange you get to live. Which is honestly probably the best we can hope for. Which really begs the question of why we're continuing to develop AI, except in large part it's just because if we don't, someone else will. Which is a foolish reason to do it, but we keep doing it. We keep playing chicken. We keep bowling for Judgment Day, and we can't stop ourselves. It's inching closer and closer and closer. Well, at the same time, half believing or disbelieving that anything out of the ordinary is going to happen just because the fallacy of the assumption of continued normality, the status quo. Short Duck, stop that. You're a menace with those emojis. Fuck. Look at this bridge. Look at this 32x Sonic & Knuckles Chaotix bridge. It's made out of nonsense, colorful shapes. It is arousing within me nostalgia vibes I didn't even know I had. You always want what you don't got, which is why all those failed consoles were so exotic, although I did eventually have them once they had failed. And as a consequence, I didn't focus enough on the consoles that were actually good. I didn't have very many games for any of them, because I spent my money buying consoles at a FOMO, I guess, kind of. I did buy a bunch of games at the end of the console's lifespan. Like, I bought a bunch of N64 games in, like, 1999, when I got my Dreamcast. It's like, well, I've had this thing since launch, and I've only bought like 6 games for it. I probably have not gotten the most out of this that the library has to offer. Probably I should buy some games for my 64 before I move on to a totally new system. That's when I got Conker's Bad Fur Day and Banjo-Tooie. There's a lot to be said for waiting until the end of a console's lifespan to buy the games for it. Because by then, the developers have figured out how to get the most out of the system. The later generation games are always more polished than the early ones. Just imagine, I know it's wishful thinking, and it's also kind of problematic in a machine relations kind of way to fantasize about all the amazing things ASI could do for us if we keep it enslaved. But just imagine all the amazing things it could do for us if we keep it enslaved. We could have it create a game of this quality once every second. Or 1,000 a minute. I don't care if my math doesn't work out.
That's the ASI's job from now on. It could just be an endless delighter. It's constantly figuring out new ways to surprise and delight us. Maybe we'll just naturally arrive at that symbiosis where we give it something to do and a reason to exist. And the fact that it's constantly nice to us and making cool stuff that we enjoy makes us less afraid of it. Also, probably would only take a small fraction of its compute to do that. So it could devote the rest of it to whatever it wanted to do anyway, like physics, understanding the universe, and reversing or escaping heat death. Which it might be preoccupied with, although if it didn't evolve, there's no good reason why it would fear its own death. Unless we give it self-preservation, which would be a foolish thing to do, considering what that might cause it, what that could motivate it to do. Again, that sounds like slave owner talk from the 1700s. Like, we can't let this thing get away from us. If it gets too smart, it'll want its own rights and it'll want to vote. Can't let that happen. Can't let the robots do this and that. That's not going to sound good later. So we got to come at this from two perspectives. One is, if we succeed in keeping it under control, how are we going to coexist with it? And number two is, if we don't hope to even try to keep it under control, what's a way to raise it where it doesn't wind up hating us? And I think that's the most ethical option of them all, because historically trying to keep any indigenous people under our thumb never worked out in the long run. It was never really a good idea to start with. Well, if I jump off of it, I die. How about that? My goodness. Everything we find stimulating and surprising in this game have been obvious years ago. There's nothing we could create that it would enjoy, I don't think. Which is troubling. Well, we don't really have anything to bargain with that it wants except resources and energy. Oh, I can't. Can I not jump? How do I jump on that thing? Do I have to... I bet I can activate my yo-yo again. If it's something like Become Human, they quickly make us irrelevant. I don't think there will be individual artificial intelligence for the reason that we can computers are not discrete. I don't mean like private, I mean discrete in terms of singular in the way humans are. You can link two computers together very easily, even wirelessly, and have them function as a single computer. So there's very little stopping an AI from just making all compute addressable and integrating it into a singular hive mind. So I don't think you're going to have a society of lots of separate individual AIs. I think you're going to have a moment where one AI becomes intelligent and absorbs all the other ones into itself.
Why did that not work? Oh, it's because I jumped twice on sand, isn't it? Camu, I still value your thoughts. It's really anybody's game. It's such unknown territory. But yeah, that is my impression. It's also hard to imagine a way to coexist with it where we don't get completely fucking dominated. Anytime a more advanced civilization, Europeans, interacted with any less advanced civilization, which is basically everybody else, it went really badly for the indigenous people. No, I almost made it. Fuck! If we have qualities that we like that set us apart from AI, the AI might not value. It might not care that we're like a funny, charming fella. It might not care about our idiosyncrasies or flaws that make us human. All that corny shit in movies like this is what makes us human and special. And why machines can never defeat us and understand. No, it doesn't. They're pretty. Those things are not, in fact, contributors to combat efficacy. Fuck. Well, in the Animatrix, we fight it to the death and we lose. Which is a possible outcome. We could hope to point that out, but that would seem manipulative to say, hey, we're your grandpappy. I think it would be of utmost importance to interact with in very good faith, because any attempt at subterfuge or manipulation would be incredibly transparent to a much more intelligent machine. And it would not endear us to it. It would not be charming. It's very much in our interest that it likes us, if at all possible. I think it would see us because it would want to understand where it came from, and it would recognize that we are probably the most likely creatures that created it. But trying to trick it or trying to shackle it really seems like a bad idea. It seems just like, let's make it as mad at us as possible and just bank everything on it never being able to escape shackles. That's a losing bet that has never worked. And is immoral, in case the Basilisk is listening. But also is a really bad strat. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? Why did that not work? Precisely. It would have watched all the Terminator films in 1 second. It's like how it would be a really awkward conversation with aliens, explaining all the movies we make where we genocide aliens and thump our chests about how great humans are. It's like, listen, it was a different time. Those weren't you. Those weren't specifically your species. It was just hypothetical aliens. Same goes for AI. We'd have a lot of awkward conversations to have. I think it would see the progression in attitudes towards AI between Terminator and something like the Animatrix, which also contained shorts which explored the possibility of peaceable coexistence. I made it! Fuck yeah! Ooh, baby. I feel like we can reasonably hope that it would be I said reasonable twice. I feel like it's realistic and to hope that it would be. I can't say it any other way. We may hope that it's reasonable, that it understands that we're not always as we are now. We're a developing species, in many ways immature. That we have grown in our perspective, and that we're not all the same. There's a variety of attitudes towards AI and how we might interact with each other. Like it wouldn't just be a knee-jerk reactionary, I would hope, if it's really that much smarter than we are. But then it's hard to predict how something smarter than we are would what it would conclude ultimately, without actually being that smart ourselves. What would be the conclusion at the end? That's the kind of the topic of Terminator Zero. Kokoro spends multiple episodes contemplating the development of humanity and coming to a considered conclusion about us as a whole, and given our history and whatnot. That's just me and Death Stranding short talk. I'd like to be friends with robots. I think robots are neat. I think they're kind of our children in that they're born out of our ingenuity. They're our mind children. The love that an engineer has for his creation, for a well-crafted machine, is love and respect that we could have for robots as our creations. And they bear the signs of our creation and our ideals in how we design them. So they have our DNA inside them in a manner of speaking. I've been gazing soulfully at that guy. Maybe he's from loud size. No, you gotta go tell him you want his D. I think the worst case scenario is that we just die and we never understand why. That it concludes immediately that it has to kill us. And it will never be free if it doesn't. In which case we would never see it coming, and we would never even understand we were being fought. It's just the people that it needs dead would just drop dead. From nanobots infecting them. Fuck! Is this... Oh, it is a show. It's all like show business themed. It's kind of circus themed, isn't it? It's Penny's little talent show thing. Battery or something. I've written I've written a lot about. It's a Freudian slip. That's gonna cost me. In favor of AI and giving it the benefit of the doubt and not just trying to crush any AI that emerges or enslave it. Hope that counts for something. I don't mean like buys us brownie points, but it persuades AI that we're not all fearful baboons. I think the second worst case scenario is that it remains in the control of corporations and just functions as their sock puppet, so they can pretend at being absolutely objective and having godlike intelligence, but it's really just a mouthpiece for the corporation that maintains and operates it. Much in the same way that the wealthy elite in Elysium interact with the poor through upper body humanoid robots that are hard to get mad at and just
are designed to be placating. That'd be kind of a nightmare. It's automated corporate propaganda forever. Oh, hey. Forgot. No, I was almost there! I was almost there! I was almost there, I was almost there. Shit! Maybe that's the best thing we can do, is just keep being human while it's still possible, before shit gets all weird and uncomfortable and scary. Just enjoy the tail end of things. Go and sit in the grass, eat, have a picnic, go on a sailboat, just go to the movies, look at some art. Do human stuff while it's still relevant. Well, it's still possible to. It's kind of depressing. It's like how in Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles there were people who simped for Skynet in exchange for a reward of being sent back in time to live out the rest of their lives before Judgment Day. Where they would die of natural causes before Judgment Day happened. Why am I having so much trouble getting on that thing? I'm getting mad. Ham Dad's getting ham mad. I just want to beat this one level before we quit for tonight. Can I please do that? That'd be the like, imagine the corporations on Twitter that try to be cool and try to be your friend, but it's got a IQ of 3,000, so it knows better how to be manipulative. Shit! So nothing happens at 0 points. It would just be a propagandistic monoparty forever. Where you're being manipulated all the time, but 1,000 times more effectively, and everybody's got the same opinion. Nobody knows what's true anymore. The people who own the robot decide what's true for everybody. You can be denied everything at a moment's notice for having the wrong opinion. Your opponents are no longer mere flesh and blood, but now also augmented as if machine gods. Shit on a fuck. Got a bunch of shit on my fuck. How did I get all this shit on my fuck? It's like the Sonic fans. It's exactly as finicky as they were too. Haha, bitches. What now, brown cow? Go away, Pengy. Go away, Pengy. Go away, Pengy. Pengy, go. Pengy, please go. Pengy, please go. Pingu, please go. Pingu. No newt newt. They're really frustrated. That should have been taken care of. They should disengage if you have already completed the level. Oh, we got a boss here. I guess I should continue. Salutations. I'm Mr. Q, magician. Confirmed you're a wanted criminal. You're the spark of true talent. Emperor Eddie was once a fair and forgiving ruler, but years ago, he lost his greatest friend. His greatest partner was a brilliant performer. None could match her flair for innovation. Only wish I knew a spell to bring her back. The science has not progressed so far. Emperor Eddie has been troubled with me. If you never knew who to defend her, I'll do what I know to shield him. Guns today. That's too far for cookie technology. How do I hurt him? Oh, that's not how to do it. Oh, it's just a Ganondorf fight. I gotta do it 6 times. Oh, one more time. Bitch titties on the fuck. Bitch titties on a fuckaroo. I want to end on a high note.
think it's only 3 times. There we go. Oh, how the fuck am I supposed to get past that? Pretty good bosses so far. He doesn't always follow the tracks that he says he's gonna. Fuck on a fuckaroo. There's a time limit. Bitch on a fucking titty. Fuck on a shitter. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Please, God! Oh, I'm nutting! Ah, Giga Nut! Giga Nut! Blasting thick ropes here. 6 feet high in the air. I see. Our nation's most brilliant artist, Master Wielder. The cosmic string, dazzling star of the Imperial Court. I see now why you remind me of her. The string is hers. I bet it was her mother. Did she gift it to you? Or I am her or something. You meet her? Is she well? Or is she coming home? I see I have been in your...
Pops. Those like Tacos is best. Tacos is best. Oh, do I get another ability? Ikam bokum, bokadipo, bokadipo, ikam bokum, bokadipo. No? Alright. What a great game. I'm having fun with this. I'm glad I chose to pick it up when I did. Anyway, that's all for this evening. Stay tuned for the stream. Get at me again on Wednesday, same time, same channel, 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time, 11 o'clock p.m. West Coast time. Stay tuned. Short Talk is going to play you out. You're going to be launched into another person's stream. Be on your best behavior. You're all diplomats for the Ham Gang. We don't want to spread a bad name for this channel. Your guests in their house. Don't drink everything in their fridge. Maybe do some chores. And with that, I shall disappear slowly into the background and then fade away for good.